Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the commencement of hearing stream 7 on the proposed plan for Wellington City. I'm Robert Schofield, chair of the hearing panel for this particular hearing stream. Now, unfortunately, due to IT issues, we can have sound live stream but not visuals. Hopefully, we'll be able to remedy that morning tea. The hearing this week is sort of broken into two halves. The first 2 days, today and tomorrow, are dedicated to council officers reporting back to us on their report and any updates and answering questions the panel may have. And on Thursday and Friday, we have dedicated to hearing the submitters who are attending the hearing to talk to us and answer questions as well. And we should be finished by the end of Friday to June. So today we have Mr. Patterson from the Council's District Plan team. He will be reporting back to us on his report and current recommendations for the general rural zone, and then after morning tea, signs. And after lunch today we have Mr. Searle, who will be talking to us on open space, natural open space, sports and active, and Wellington town co-op zones. So procedurally, we will just need to record the following. I will recuse myself from hearing any matters related to the Horokiwi quarry submission. Similarly, Ms. Black will be recusing herself from hearing or deliberating on any submissions related to the tertiary education and hospital zones. And Mr. Dave will be recusing himself from the submissions on Meridian. That said, I'll just introduce the panel since you can't really see me. To my left is Commissioner James Black. To my right is Miria Komare. Welcome. This is your first hearing. And Commissioner Lindsay Davis at the far right. In attendance in the room, we have council officers primarily. We have Mr. Patterson, obviously, and then he'll be followed by Mr. Searle. And I think Mr. Beavis, good background. Thank you. Right. I don't think there's any other matters I need to cover off at the moment. We have read all the material before us. So I would like to hear from Mr. Patterson, give you the opportunity to talk to your report, any key points, and in particular any changes and recommendations since that report was released. So thank you very much, Mr. Patterson.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Schofield. Good morning, Commissioners. Really, I'll be this morning and see this again. But for the input and the introduction, my name is Dr. Patterson, and then I'm a personal advisor in the district. And today I'm here to talk to my recommendations made rural zone section 42 report. And on there, I'll talk to the science section 42 report. My colleagues will then talk to the remaining stream civil matters with Mr. Searle for the open space zones after lunch today. Ms. Stevens will do the hospital and tertiary education zones tomorrow morning, followed by Mr. Beavis, supported by Mr. Wright, to the lighting to the chapters tomorrow. So what I propose to do is provide a brief overview of the chapter and then talk to a few of the key issues as I saw them when I was preparing section 42 report. I will take my section 42 report as read. So as an introduction to the chapter, so the chapter manages various land use activities and construction of buildings and structures in a regional rural zone. The general rural zone covers quite large areas of land to the west of the city, with some smaller office to the north. The general intent of the chapter is to provide for rural farming activities, whilst maintaining the sense of remoteness and spaciousness which characterise the zone. Generally, lifestyle type development is discouraged within the zone. This is in keeping with the city's general approach to development, which we've heard about already in that being the complex city within existing urban areas. Notwithstanding this, however, residential development is possible, but will often need a resource consent. And this, an example of this is Rule 18, which permits construction of residential buildings where it does not result in an additional residential unit, or new residential unit, I should say. And where a new residential unit is proposed, it's space to restrict the social area. There is a precinct within the rural zone, and this is the Marker Beach and Marker Village precinct. This is located in the Marker settlement. For those not familiar, it's a small pocket right out on the west coast of Wellington coastline, up the little beach area. The precinct recognises that the area is more residential in character than more farming areas within the general rural zone. It does this by providing for residential construction where it results in no more than one residential unit is permitted to be. And there are also specific standards that apply to the beach on the precinct, which are different to those that apply across the rural. The other aspect of the chapter is the rural design guide. That is referenced within the rules and policies. It is therefore a statutory document within the district plan. It applies to residential developments and other buildings which require resource consent in the general rural zone. This includes that beach precinct. Cool. So with that brief introduction to the chapter, I'll move on to the issues as I saw them. I will just start by saying that I have not recommended significant changes to the chapter. However, where I have recommended changes, the intent of those would add verification to the provisions and to align with recommendations that were made in previous hearing streams, and particularly in relation to the rural design guide on the connector. So one of the key issues is still in contention is in relation to quarrying activities and their recognition and enablement. Forestry quarries sought a new policy and rule framework to provide for the benefits of quarrying activities. I disagreed with the request in my section 45 report and noted that the benefits of quarrying are already recognised under a proposed new strategic objective, which was accepted by Council on national campus. I also disagree on the basis that quarrying is not an anticipated primary activity within the zone. I do consider it suitable that the quarrying activities are considered the solution of the bill. However, I did recommend an amendment to Rule 12, and this was to refer to new or extended quarrying mining activities. Another issue in contention is in relation to construction activities and reverses to defects. I do like to note a slight change in position in relation to this. In my section 42A report, I acknowledge that I see merit in the requested amendments from Meridian Energy, but ultimately recommended that the relief being sought was not accepted. However, in my statement of supplementary evidence, which I provided, I recommended that the relief is accepted, but that this is applied to the renewable electricity generation chapter, and that this be considered in the infrastructure hearing stream. I have spoken to the infrastructure chapter topically, who has agreed with this approach, and I consider that doing this would be in keeping with the approach of the district plan, and that is to deal with district-wide matters within their respective chapters rather than on the zone chapters.
Can I just stop you there? Because in your supplementary, you do refer to you're recommending to us that we direct conferencing between you and Ms. Foster for Meridian. I'm just wondering about the time frame for that. If that recommendation to address this issue in a later hearing, we could. I'm just thinking about time frames. So, has there been some agreement that that's where these changes might be recommended in that particular hearing stream?
So there's been agreement between myself and the infrastructure chapters, I believe. However, that recommendation policy was in relation to the view this commissioners thought that the matter was best addressed on the rural chapter.
Yeah. But you haven't had any indication from the Meridian itself about that. Thank you.
In relation to the rural design guide, I have recommended that it is amended to align with changes made to the residential design guide and earlier decisions. So this includes working the point system, and providing clear language in the guidelines so that design guide users are able to implement those guidelines. And the last point I want to make is the most support for 2 discrete zone changes within the zone. So the first one is at 200 Parkvale Road. And this applies to a defined area on the site for rezoning to medium density residential zone from the rural zone. And the other one is at 224 West Chester Drive. And that is also rezoned to a medium density zone from the rural zone. And due to the location of both of these properties within existing residential areas, I consider that the rezonings are appropriate and reflect what was on the ground in regards to 224 West Chester Drive. I also note the large amount of evidence that you'll hear from Mr. Lewandowski in regards to 200 Parkvale Road. And in my statement of supplementary evidence, I noted support for all of that evidence, and I do consider that a strong case for the rezoning. And there are no further amendments that I recommend beyond what's in my section 2 report. With that, I
Thank you. Questions on the thing?
If I go back to the Meridian point, would it think it was in the biography and the removal of the generation chapter? Would you then give it an introduction, you know, that link in the rural plan? Would it make change there? To make sure that people are using the rural plan chapter can actually understand that that's
I'll just double check what it does say.
the picture in the plan about other
Yeah, so
other relevant.
so the chapter does refer to other relevant district plan provisions and provides a general statement that the chapters within the district plan A and I, and directs users to
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rather than any specific mention of it.
And that's been the approach throughout the
Yeah. Tends to bring a specific mention.
I'll note that down and I'll consider it.
That will make it archaeological. There's another chapter that consider
Mm.
specific mention of the archaeological.
Mhm. You refer to you refer to a section 32AA assessment. Now, a little bee in my bonnet is that submitters aren't required to lodge section 32AAs when they request relief. Sort of, this is a general comment, not just specifically to this report or thing, but that doesn't mean to preclude the direction from a section 42A report to say that it wouldn't need to be underpinned by section 32AA, but it's kind of erroneous to indicate that a submission must include section 32AA when they're requesting change to district plan, because that doesn't require that. And for a lot of submitters, that's probably on the capability in terms of knowing how to do it. So in a matter of practice, I would just get the reference should be rather than this would require a section 32 evaluation because of this. That's just a general comment across the board. Having said that, any questions?
So, Mr. Patterson, thanks very much for your report and for your overview. That was really helpful. Now, I'm just looking at paragraph 94 of your section 42A, and this is in regard to Hurukiwi request for a new policy to recognise and provide for the benefits of quarrying activities, which you disagreed with. But I note that that was partly on the basis that at C, you say there is a standalone special purpose quarry zone. But also that the council was going to be considering possibly adopting a new strategic objective to recognise the strategic benefits of quarrying activities to the city. And I was just wondering whether you have any update in that regard.
Yeah, I can confirm that the council has adopted the recommendation.
Okay, great. All right. So you don't have any plans that will then provide sufficient recognition of quarry benefits. Okay, thank you. A few more. Shall I just-
Got you.
Sure. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I can hear myself. Really just bear with me. I'm working through my comments on the report, which are almost illegible. You've done the Meridian one now. Paragraph 125. And the paragraph above 124, and this is in regard to Ministry of Education's request for GRU 01 to be amended to explicitly reference educational facilities, which you disagree with for reasons that I understand. But at 125, you say, however, that you note that the objective provides for activities that have a functional need to operate in the rural zone, and you consider educational facilities fall within this category should there be a functional need for them to be established in the zone. And I just wondered, doesn't that contradict your reasoning at paragraph 124 for disagreeing with the Ministry of Education's request for educational facilities to be specifically referenced?
Yeah, I think my reference there was that if you, in a resource specific fashion, you can make an argument that educational facilities will not be that objective.
Yeah.
In which case, you can provide a system against that.
Oh, so you could.
Yeah.
Right. So there are two sort of options. I see. Okay, thank you. That's clearer. And then we go to paragraph 229, I think it is. Oh, okay. This is the one in relation to Forest and Bird. Yes. And the reference to the National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity, and noting that the council obviously is going to be working through a process of incorporating relevant provisions into the district plan in due course. So I understand that, but my question was really, and I haven't had a close look at the National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity in relation to what Forest and Bird are requesting, but do their proposed changes provide for greater consistency between the PDP and the National Policy Statement on Indigenous Biodiversity?
I'll have to go back and have a look at those questions to make a judgment. However, I will note that my intention around that paragraph was, as I mentioned before, the district plan takes an approach to deal with district-wide matters within individual chapters.
Yeah.
So my consideration is that SNAs and policies associated with SNAs are best addressed within the chapter.
Okay.
And I noted that council is currently considering actions on the new chapter.
Right.
So I think that Those matters should be considered at that stage.
Okay, so it's not so much that you're putting these requests from forest and bird aside until the NPS IV has been incorporated into the district plan. It's more that the eco chapter needs to be reviewed. Okay, thank you. Then I just had a couple more questions. In relation to the provisions themselves. Oh, yes. GRUZ 25, quarrying and mining sites rehabilitation. And I just note in there, there is a requirement for any new mining and quarrying activity that's being undertaken or changes in existing quarry or mining sites to have particular regard to 8 there, the outcomes of any consultation undertaken with mana whenua. And as I was reading that, the question sprang to mind as to whether consultation with mana whenua is intended as a requirement of this policy. Is it intended as a requirement, or is it something that is being encouraged?
The way that it's worded, of any consultation on taking monthly.
Yeah.
Is giving yourself more tools to encourage.
Yes, it does. Okay, and so I just wanted to check that the rationale, I guess, behind that, because my my assumption would be that in most cases, unless there's a requirement, that consultation won't happen. So, what was the rationale from in terms of your thinking, of including that as to encourage the consultation to occur?
I think that rationale there was if there was anything to do with sites and areas of surface molding in relation to the proposal.
Right.
If there was land owned by whenua,
Right.
then that consultation would happen. That was the intention.
Yes. So does that, the way that that's worded, does that ensure that it would happen in those situations? Or do you think that it could benefit from some more specific wording around the intent?
Yeah, I do think I could go back and have a look at that and reconsider whether some more stronger language would be used.
Mm.
Yeah. You'd like to do that.
Yeah, thank you, because I think what you're saying makes sense.
Yeah.
But I don't think the way it's worded provides any guarantee that that would happen.
Yeah.
Right, thank you. And I think there's one more over the page on general rural zone P11. Yes, vegetation retention. Encourage the retention of existing vegetation. What does that mean, and how would that be encouraged is the wrong word. How is that intended to actually happen?
So I think the wording encourage was used because the SNA chapter will deal with protecting
Yeah.
some natural areas and native vegetation.
Yes.
And so the intention of the chapter was not to stray into that, if you like.
Yes.
It was more so that the SNA chapter will deal with it.
Yes.
And the encourage retention, so that that will come down to the resource consent process, referencing back to that policy, from the matters of discretion. The assessment that we made, but was also seen that banner at that stage. And what it would be for the proposal.
Okay, but the I mean, there's a lot of latitude, and I guess it comes down to personal preferences and values at the end of the day. So I guess my question was really around what was the council's intention in respect of unprotected, vegetation, particularly native vegetation that may be regenerating. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, the significant area chapter or eco chapter did identify areas where there are high biodiversity values.
Yeah, sure.
And so that does cover quite large areas in the rural area. So any vegetation which is not protected by that, doesn't meet that criteria.
Yeah.
And so I don't think should be any strongly in the rural chapter for protection.
Yes, I understand that. Okay, because otherwise it slips through the gaps, I guess, without this particular
That's right. This is kind of a
yeah.
points
Mm,
considering this stage.
mm. Okay, thank you. And just sorry, one more, and it's the next one down, related to the Makara Beach and Village Precinct. And the last sentence there, provide residential buildings and structures, and it mitigates any risk to lives and property from flooding to a low level. I just wondered what you meant by that, or what does that mean, to a low level?
Perhaps more directly could be used around that, but what it refers to is the fact that there is flooding risk within that precinct.
Yes.
It is identified as a chapter. And so I think that possibly is supposed to be the fact that is an issue within that area. The matter will be addressed at the visit, that is a checkpoint.
Yeah. Okay. I think though it would be good through you, Chair, if it's appropriate, for some more directive wording to perhaps be considered in relation to the low level reference there. Okay, I think those were all the questions I had in relation to your report. Thanks very much.
Commissioner Dash?
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Perhaps just looking at Makara Village Precinct Policy B1 as well. We had quite a reasonable chunk of hearings on natural hazards last year, and the recommendations went through council. You're not anticipating any further specific natural hazards topics that come up the rest of the year. Perhaps Mr. Searle is reporting on, might be able to advise. It was just in relation to your response before that there might be something which is still to come potentially on natural hazards.
No, I do not consider Mr. Searle might be able to cover further.
Okay, thank you. That's sort of clarification. And it's quite for Makara Beach itself, obviously natural hazards are a significant issue. Do you think that there is the proper relationship in terms of the right to actually go to the natural hazards provisions in the rural zone when it comes to acceptability or not of whether or not development in those precincts is appropriate? Because if you're a new user of the plan, is there sufficient cross-reference and knowing it's not only just the rural provisions that apply, but I need to go to another chapter to deal with natural hazards. And there might be other topics which are in the same post as well.
We'll see. The introduction to that precinct within the chapter, does specifically refer to provisions of the natural gas chapter.
Yeah,
Does say that they're particularly relevant to building and development of the precinct. So there's that, and there's also that, disclaimers, relevant to this family measures. So I do think that there is, quite strong direction within the chapter to refer to. Yeah, the natural gas chapter.
okay, we had some discussion about P5 just before. GRUZ P5, quarry and mining site rehabilitation. When I was looking at this policy, the thing that struck me was the word and changes of use within that policy. Not too sure we've got the solution to deal with it, but the policy is really seeking to what activate quarrying appropriately and also provide for rehabilitation. I'm just interested in why potential changes of use would be included in that. What's the rationale for that, you know? Whether you've got a quarry site, you're using it as a contractor's depot or rural contractor's depot or something like that. Would that necessarily kick out all those provisions of the policy P5?
Yeah, I think it potentially would, and I also think
Pretty open changes of use.
Yeah.
There's something to use from or mining and mining activities to study.
yeah, and I think there is a reason for that as well. I think it is appropriate that it does refer to this policy for changes of use, especially in the planning zoning, and there's a number of risks associated with borrowing sites. It's an environment that will be considered.
Yeah, understood. But what if it's it is a change of use, but it really isn't problematical. Well, is it going to be subject to a detailed management plan? Is it saying required any new mining requiring activities and changes in use on them? So through a detailed management plan about rehabilitation. And so if it is a fairly innocuous sort of change of use, would you be required to go through those 10 steps in terms of potential rehabilitation?
As it's read, I think that the answer is yes. We don't know if anything benefits that a little bit closer. So I think.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the perspective of if something is pretty innocuous, why should you actually go through a pretty strict something that was not really that is proportionate. And changes of use to me is very good. You've got quarry one, you've got a piece of rural land, sort of reduction of use, some sort of biodiversity, or it could be used for, as I say, an example, like a rural contract with yard or something like that.
Yeah, I think the thing that comes to mind immediately is that we don't put around that is actually defining those situations. Because they could be quite full of nature, but also you might miss ones that do need to go through that detailed management thing. But I think that I could consider that further. Yeah,
it's just a broad use of the term and change of use. It is the thing which I was looking at that sort of came out of the page and saying, well, what was this some minimum responses?
Yeah, I understand.
Paragraph 107. It's in relation to all buildings and structures. We have various bigger land holdings to those. station, particularly. Seeking a reference to building style on location, we omitted from that particular policy to CEMA. I just was a continue 187. I'm just a little bit unsure about what sort of evidence argument that the GA uses energy has already been compromised. Can you just explain to you or maybe about why you think the view that it's stupid?
Yeah, people still adjust.
Yeah, no, I did the spec report, there's a lot of it, so.
I think what I was referring to here was the existing environment within that rural area as it stands, which does have, quite a lot of infrastructure in terms of building farms that are up there, out there. And I think that they may compromise the immunity of the zone as a subjective view. Some people may think that, others may not. And that's that I think that's also crazy or something.
And probably just a general explanation. In terms of the proposed planning provisions, if you're looking at, say, a new residential development or proposal for a new house in the rural area, looking at what's in the operative district plan, is it fair to assume that it is primarily fairly similar to the existing approach that isn't changed?
So it's actually strict discretionary.
Yeah, so in terms of whether a new building, new residential building on a site is one build already or any flat or something like that. Fairly sure under the ODP that it would be considered a non-compliant activity. But there is no non-compliant activities proposed here.
No, there isn't. At least that's still restricted discretionary activity. Subject rule. So it's based on super discretionary, that's what it stops.
Thank you. Because if you look at the rural areas, city areas, been quite a lot of rural subdivision over the years as well. Often they're smallish lots, smallish rural lots as well. And the ability to be able to service that is a constraining issue. You can find a site which is appropriate and get the service and like septic tank, something like that, and it may well be acceptable for a new residential building to be acceptable in location.
It may well be, and I think that was super discretionary study starts that our first assessment to take place.
Yeah.
So now that I think it's possibly, there being made just a editing that in the, when you implemented the removal of duplex, the redesign guidance and made a solution from team, selection on teams and things like that.
That was a very good thing to say. Okay.
It's just not, it's sort of annotated read
Right. What paragraph it was?
So you have that with this, three, I agree with that, we need to sort out this procedure, but only just as far as I agree, it's just with the ADG. And then you've got it, which in your recommendations is removed and renumbered, but it's not followed through until.
It is.
Yeah,
That's setting up.
Yeah.
Thank you for pointing that out.
And just one further potential correction, correct me if I'm wrong, but top of page 41, there you're referring to matters of control in relation to managing goats to avoid impacts on native vegetation. And you referred to GRUZ R8. I think you're meaning R2. That's page 41. The very first paragraph at the top of the page and the last sentence of that paragraph, GRUZ R8 in association with S8 provides a clear framework for management of boats. And I checked R8, which doesn't have much bearing on the boats, and I thought, given that you're referring to R2 earlier in that paragraph, that may have been there. Okay, thank you.
And just have a few questions before I go back to the panel. Just in paragraph 172, page 37. This is more just a clarification question about the differences in approach of the zone. So you're saying here that the growth, the general rural zone doesn't contain this potentially compatible buildings. Are you in a position to say why the different approach for the rural zone as opposed to say one of the urban zones? Has it taken a different approach? Because you do have, there is a list of different activities and things in the rules.
Yeah.
And normally that's associated with a policy or two or three that deals with, compatible and potentially.
I think that it's just come down to the drafting style chapter. However, all that being in personal bit. I think maybe the best comfortable or something like this. So
Okay, no, that's fine. Understandable. In respect to jumping backwards, paragraph 64 on page 15. One little point and then a bigger question. In B, down near the bottom of the page, I think there's a missing not there, isn't there? So because it's not a primary activity anticipated within the zone, in my view, it does necessitate total bespoke provision, and I think there's a not necessitating.
in paragraph B, so
B, yeah, sort of third line up from the bottom.
third line from the bottom.
Yeah. In my view, it does necessitate total bespoke.
Yes.
I think you mean
Yes,
not to be as well. So going back up to A, paragraph A, and this is in relation to a rifle range, but I suppose really it's a more broader question about sensitive activities. Can you just help me understand how P4 is given effect to in terms of the rules and things? in terms of, you say that, all those things would need visitor accommodation, but is P4, I was just trying to look, just to clarify whether the reference to P4, because I'm just picking up one, and it may be the only one, visitor accommodation under R8, references P3, but not P4. And I haven't done a big squiz, but there's probably other ones there, home business and everything.
So it's the question, do the rules reference back to?
Yeah, P4, do they adequately reference back? Especially that list of activities, the land uses you've put there.
So, whenever an activity is a discretionary activity, it doesn't
Haven't need to,
constrain, so it won't reference back to it.
no,
I would need to just double check whether or not the, I say the use activities that are listed
yeah, that are RDAs.
as a WDA,
Mm,
you should refer back to that P4.
yeah,
Perhaps that's something I can do
okay.
following this.
Now, just, you ready? Just in reference to the Parkville request for rezoning, seems to be there's a lot of accord between yourself and the submitter at the moment. Are there, is that correct? There's sort of full agreement, there's no sort of outstanding matters,
Yeah,
disagreement?
that's my understanding that it's full agreement. So the site was identified for another rezoning.
Mm,
And that's been brought by the submitter, and it's not supported by me regardless. And so now the main focus is that it's still here in my side, in the bottom corner of the site,
mhm.
and there's full agreement. With stuff in the submitter. I should be as well.
I haven't just,
I haven't talked to site because of their site also.
okay. I was just about to say, we haven't discussed whether we need to sign this or not, but we probably will.
Yeah,
With the mayor on this.
It was useful for me to have a look at the context of the site. There's in relation to every sort of environment.
Is access onto private property required to see the site or not?
It is, and I think from memory, the signature is, the landowner has,
Often.
yeah, offered the site was a, so perhaps it's been for. Otherwise, if you like, I can walk this thing.
Mhm. Now, just getting back to Commissioner Palmer's question about obtaining existing vegetation, and I've lost a particular paragraph about that, but I was just trying to follow through how that might be given effect to in the actual provisions, and I mean, there's the rural design guide, for instance, does make quite a bit of reference to existing vegetation and protecting shelter belts and things like that. So that's one place, and I presume that with discretionary activities, it would be for,
Yeah.
for it. And is that policy also reflected in the necessary rules where it's appropriate? I was leading to that's sort of the same sort of general question. Does the policy flow through into the
Yeah, so it's called by Wellington, which is that construction, so.
R18?
The legal structures. Something,
Yeah. Is that the only rule that it should give effect to? I'm
Yes,
looking at R17, for instance.
so in all the activities. I'm not sure, I don't think that's be so. Yeah, I should be mistaken, to it, something that happened to you. But there is a difference there in the rule, the rule side doesn't expect all the activities to occur. Slightly you're really easy to the chapter. There's, you know, it's not sure, it does appear that there's a sort of restriction to me really.
So that might be the answer, but might come back to us someday. Any further questions?
Just one. Sorry, Mr. Patterson.
That's
I discovered I have one further question, and it relates back to the R7 provisions on business and restricted discretionary, and the matters in how would you pronounce that? Gross.
Graz.
The matters in Gross P3 that need to be taken into account in considering a restricted an activity that would fall into a restricted discretionary camp. What matters exactly are you referring to? Because they're clearly not listed in the Graz P3, but are you referring to the nature, scale, intensity being compatible with the character and amenity values of the surrounding area? Is that what you mean?
that is.
Okay, within the policy. Okay, so it's got to be consistent with the policy. Okay. It says the matters in Gross P3.
So perhaps.
Perhaps I think it would make it clearer. Because my sort of initial reaction was, oh, perhaps that's not the right reference. Perhaps it was meant to be to P4.
Yeah, sure. So
Thank you.
Further questions? That's all the questions on in relationship to the general rural zone. We are scheduled to be able to carry on until 10:40, but I think it would be preferable if we took a break now and resumed at 11. Just for people listening online, just to keep them in. Although this is being recorded, so I will note that back. So we'll take a break until 11 o'clock and resume on science. Thank you.
and
Yeah.
yeah, so that's all good now. Is it gonna be okay tomorrow?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
should be all right.
okay, cool.
Yes, since you can earlier,
Yeah.
earlier, so somebody can make
Okay.
it.
I'll get here at 8 tomorrow, so
8.
yeah,
Wait,
I'll try
Do you want to wait for a minute?
Oh,
do
yeah.
it at 8.
You'll be
so
quick.
that-
Oh, well,
we start at
I'll do that.
Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah, you can just go clean us again Tuesday.
Okay, yeah, I remember you said. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah.
Are we all
Yeah, yeah.
good?
Good timing.
No, I won't photobomb you.
Yeah. perfect timing.
Well, you gotta look after these plants, yes, look. No, no. That one is, but
Okay, thank you so much.
you do know you can inherit after all these years. If you take them
I'm
home.
returning that to be heard. I am not good at it.
Take them to Parks and Rec.
They'll work their back to it. Like, if they're not my part, then I'm not gonna care about them.
I was thinking about
No, no, I've got to come back.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, it's.
So they can join us on the thing?
Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, I think it's just. Oh, just the way we should do that. So, yeah.
Morning, everybody. Hearing Stream 7 has been reconvened after morning tea. We should have now visual content, by the way. So the topic for the session before lunch today will be signs, the signs chapter of the PDP, and the reporting officers, Mr. Josh Patterson, so welcome back again. Just like with the previous session, if you'd like just to talk to the main points of your report and any recommendations, particularly any changes in recommendations that have occurred, we'd be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Schofield. As with the rural chapter, I will take my section 42A report as read, and I propose to provide a brief introduction to the chapter and to touch on some of the key issues in contention. So the purpose of the signs chapter is to manage the potential for adverse effects that can result from signage, both static and digital, but whilst also recognising the important role that signage plays within the city, whether that's for official signage or advertising signage or otherwise. So the chapter manages signs by the style of sign. For example, there are separate rule frameworks for on-site signs, official signs, third-party signs, and digital signs, etc. throughout the chapter. A notable matter to point out is that digital signs by default are at least a restricted discretionary activity, so there is no permitted starting point as proposed. But this also depends on the zone. For example, within residential zones, digital signage is a non-complying activity as a starting point. There are several standards within the chapter, and these seek to manage the size and height of signs. They seek to manage factors such as dwell times for digital signs, the illumination of signs, also manage traffic safety and signage within specific areas such as the airport zone and heritage or sites which are classified as heritage. The chapter is supported by a Science Design Guide, and the Science Design Guide does not repeat the standards through stipulation of sizes, but it does provide useful guidance for applicants on the appropriate design of signage in relation to the environmental context within which they're proposed. The Science Design Guide is referenced within the policies, and rules as a matter of discretion, and is therefore a statutory document within the district plan. With that brief introduction, I'll move on to the key issues. So the main issue in contention with signage is digital signage and traffic safety effects. And you would have seen that several signs companies submitted on the chapter. So particularly Out of Home Media, Go Media and Lumo Outdoor Digital Limited. Their main concerns were in relation to the standards around digital signs and signs being visible from the state highway network. Just a brief note, I will raise that in the evidence phase, Out of Home Media dropped their amendment they were seeking for a permitted activity status for digital signs. They indicated that they were satisfied with the restricted discretionary starting point. However, the submitter did provide a very comprehensive traffic safety assessment to support their submissions on the remaining points in contention. And I have read this piece of evidence, and I do consider it to be quite a good piece of evidence. I ended up agreeing with the submitter at this phase on several matters, which I have laid out in my supplementary evidence. This was a result of reading that traffic assessment by Mr. Harries. However, I do remain in disagreement with the request to remove the requirements around signs oriented to face the state highway network, or to amend these requirements any further. I do consider that these provisions are necessary to ensure a full assessment of signage oriented to face the state highway network. This will allow a full assessment of traffic safety effects, and I note that this is supported by Waka Kotahi, particularly in their planning policy manual. Moving on to another key issue, which I attempted to resolve within the evidence phase, and this is in relation to signage within the airport zone. So I recommended acceptance of several of the airport submission points, particularly where the signs chapter, was duplicating or relying on the designation for Wellington International Airport. which I consider sits separately to this chapter. The changes I made were made with the intention of removing this duplication and providing pragmatism around airport signage, while still managing the potential adverse environmental effects that results from signage within that zone. And the final issue which I'll raise is in relation to the signs design guide. I have recommended several amendments to the guide, particularly in an attempt to align the guide with the decisions made on residential design guide and earlier design guides. So this included recommending deletion of the point system, and there was direct scope to do this. And with that, that concludes my brief introduction.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Patterson. Before I turn to the panel for questions, just a general comment too, that we're kind of in a difficult position in terms of, as you know, the evidence base for signs. We've got an expert traffic expert providing evidence, but we don't have a comparable one from Waka Kotahi at all. So I can understand that, you know, you sort of have to look at both and make a call for that. So, and that's the position that we'll be in as well, in terms of what weight to give to expert evidence that's before us versus official documents such as the NZTA's planning document. But that's just an observation at the start of this process. I'll just turn to my fellow commissioners. Commissioner Daish, do you have questions?
Yeah, leading on from what the chair was saying about Mr. Harry's evidence and your views that it is a comprehensive piece of evidence from a traffic safety perspective, there are a number of matters that he raises in that in relation to things like dwell times, size of signs, matters such as you know, whether they're oriented to the state highway network, what is the difference between a state highway network and a local road which carries much the same traffic. But your proposal is to, at the moment, is for signs which are oriented, as you now call it, to the state highway network, are going to need some form of recognition or consent. Have you thought about Mr. Harry's evidence in relation to the what he calls the surface streets on the state highway network, Vivian Street, Cara Drive in particular, and whether or not the characteristics of those particular parts of the state highway network would mean that all signage is going to have to go through some form of consent process because of it. Hutt Road, for example, is a local road, but Vivian Street is a state highway. Mr. Harries was of the view that they should be treated pretty much the same. So what's your view on that? And the second part of the question is, did you get independent traffic advice at all, apart from the submissions and the planning policy manual, to confirm the plan provisions as you recommended?
Sure. To answer that last question first, no, I've relied on the Waka Kotahi policy manual and submissions on that matter. Going back to the state highway network question, yeah, I did read the evidence that Mr. Harries provided, and I did keep my position as notified, except for that change which you noted in terms of being oriented to fix the state highway network. So I did recommend relief in that sense. But my position remained unchanged, largely because of the status of the state highway networks and the guidance that I've received from Waka Kotahi in regards to that planning policy manual. You know, state highway network is a critical piece of infrastructure across the whole country. So I considered that it was necessary to keep those standards and those matters within the science chapter to deal with that. This allows a full assessment of effects at resource consent stage.
Mm. But again, in terms of, I keep on thinking about Vivian Street.
Yeah.
Highly urbanised, there's quite a bit of signage around the place of various different types, not only big signage, but, veranda signage and so forth. So potentially all of those which are going to be pointing at vehicles are going to get caught by needing a resource consent. Is that proportionate to the problem on Vivian Street, which very much operates as a city street as opposed to a free-flowing state highway network, and it's got a 50k speed limit?
So a lot of those signs on Vivian Street at the moment would have been through a resource consent process. This will mean that a resource consent process is needed. But I think, or my position is that through that assessment of the resource consent, a full assessment can be made on the traffic safety effects in regards to that state highway network or that piece of state highway. And I consider that that's appropriate.
And how would somebody assessing a resource consent be able to determine whether or not there's a traffic safety effect from a sign which is pointing at the state highway
So-
network in those locations? They're
Waka
going to have to do a full traffic assessment.
Kotahi would be approached at that stage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very interesting that Waka Kotahi aren't here in this hearing process. And I guess it's a little bit of full disclosure as well. Like 20 years ago, I used to work for the precursor to Waka Kotahi, Transit New Zealand.
Yeah.
And in the development of the very first planning policy manual as well.
Oh, right.
And certainly the urban streets, if you like, the 50k streets were very much treated differently in the policy context at that stage too.
Yeah.
Has that changed with the planning policy manual now?
Yeah, well, the planning policy manual refers to all signage within the state highway network, or it doesn't say within the state highway network. It says which faces the state highway network.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the equivalent, if you in State Highway 2 in the Wairarapa,
Yeah.
for example, and you're going through the town, Featherston, Greytown, etc. So everything you would expect that is a sign for advertising a shop in those areas would be subject to resource consent, as opposed to other areas where it may not need to be.
I'm not familiar with the requirements around that,
Probably,
but I
probably an unfair question,
Yeah.
but
I know what you're saying, and I do note that if a resource consent was required, being Waka Kotahi and the state highway network, Waka Kotahi would be involved.
it's indicated. So we have a bit of a we have Waka Kotahi submission, and you agree with a lot of that, but we don't have any supporting evidence from them on that.
Yeah, sure.
And as you see, we have a very comprehensive brief of evidence from Mr. Harries, particularly in relation to the digital signs component of it as well, and the fact that the dwell times are, can be at 8 seconds, and we're not looking at an 8-second scenario for dwell times when they in this particular location. And he seems to have a fairly strong evidential base, 1,000 monitoring sites for these around the country.
Yep. And I have recommended some changes to those dwell times in particular as a result of that evidence.
Yeah. Sorry, can you just point me to which standards that in?
Yeah, I'll just find that myself.
It's S8, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe it is S8, but I'll just.
Yeah, you have reduced it to 8 seconds.
That's
and
right.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
So that broadly aligns with.
It aligns with the evidence provided.
Yeah,
by
but
Mr. Harries.
if it's pointed at the state highway, it doesn't matter, because you're still going to be
Correct.
having to go through a resource consent process.
Correct.
Okay.
But that resource consent process will determine those dwell times as well in relation to that context within which it's proposed.
But if it's permitted, if it complies with the standard, you would expect the dwell times just because of the sheer fact it's pointed at the state highway to be in play.
Yeah, but there is no permitted scenario for digital signage within the proposed plan.
Yeah, they're restricted discretionary.
Yeah,
And one of those things is traffic safety matters
That's right,
and
yeah.
and presumably compliance with the various standards which are in play at the
yeah,
moment.
yeah, correct.
as
I'll take the
well.
point. Yeah.
So I'm just wondering about if you like, the fairness
Mm.
for two different roads. You've got Hutt Road, which is a Wellington City road.
Yeah.
Carries a lot of traffic. And you've got Vivian Street and Caro Drive, which was part of the state highway network. Cambridge Terrace, where you've got the car yards on Cambridge Terrace.
Yep.
Is another example of being part of the state highway network, which has been, ticking away reasonably comfortably for a number of years in terms
Sure.
of signage provision.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering about the proportionality of it and whether or not you have considered, or you are of the view that for those lower, like less than 70k sort of roads, there should be an automatic requirement that they're on the state highway, then they're going to need a resource incentive.
Yeah, so when I did consider it, I looked to the planning policy manual by Waka Kotahi, and I took into account that it is a state highway network, critical importance to
Yeah.
whole New Zealand. And my decision ultimately reflects that in terms of what the guidance says.
Okay.
Yeah.
In your rebuttal statement, you have some additional changes. And I think it would be helpful to me anyway, is if you could walk through some of those, if you like, the highlight of those additional changes that you're proposing.
Yeah, sure.
Perhaps more at the nuts and bolts rules and standards level as opposed to the policies.
Okay. Just give me a chance to bring that up. So the first one in sign R5 is probably quite a minor one itself, but I've just amended restricted discretionary where compliance is achieved with sign S8, and I've removed that sign S5 because that will be considered regardless of whether or not it's mentioned in digital signage or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. Sorry, maybe I need to move it closer. Did you want me to repeat anything? Yeah. So sign R5, I amended so that compliance is achieved with sign S8, and I removed the sign S5. It's a minor change, as I consider that sign S5 would be considered regardless if it's mentioned in this rule or not.
Just on while we're on that, and it's a consistent thing.
Yeah.
With the council decisions which were made last week,
Sure.
they agreed to the commercial zone being changed to mixed use zone. So it's just got reference to commercial zone all the way through.
Yeah, good point.
And that related to the Curtis Street area only within the city. So
Yeah.
that's just something I'd observed when I was reading this, that probably is going to need a consequential change.
I appreciate that. Yeah, you're correct. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yep. Keep on going if you like.
Yep. And the other change, which I made also fairly minor, is just the deletion of the Heritage Design Guide references, which I did not do in my section 42A. So that's come through in the supplementary evidence. And the reason for that is because the Heritage Design Guide, as you know, has been recommended to be deleted.
Yep.
Moving on to S8. Before we get S8, sorry, S7. I did review the evidence provided by Mr. Harries, and this is in relation to table 11 on S7, and that refers to minimum lettering heights. And I have recommended a change here. So 0 to 70 kilometers per hour, I've reduced that requirement to 120 millimeter lettering height from 150. And then anything greater than 70, I've reduced to 160 millimeters. And that was after reading Mr. Harry's evidence, and I also believe that those changes are pragmatic.
Yeah. My recollection of the planning policy manual, there is a whole lot of information in there about if things are pointing at the state highway, about minimally numbers of characters, numbers, minimum leading height. So is this broadly consistent with the planning policy manual as well?
Yes, it is broadly consistent with that. Let me find those really quickly. So there is a table within there which does mention speed limits less than 70 kilometers per hour, at least 120 millimeters, and speed limits more 160 millimeters, which I believe, go to another tab again, is consistent with what I've proposed.
Yeah, there was some pushback from the evidence from the signage companies on both the numbers of characters and the numbers and the sizing as well.
Correct.
Particularly things like phone numbers and email addresses and things like that. There seemed to be some pushback from there.
There was, and after reading that evidence, again from Mr. Harries, I did agree with it, and I have proposed to remove those two requirements. So the first one is in sign S8, and that's matter 1, and that's crossed out in the supplementary evidence, but it is letter E and F.
Yes.
So I've removed, or recommended to remove, signs must not contain phone numbers, email addresses, web addresses, etc. So that's in response to that, and also I've recommended to remove signs must not contain more than 40 characters. Again, in response to the evidence from Mr. Harries.
And I see that, and there is some questioning that I will have to the submitters when they come Friday, I think it is.
Yeah.
In relation to why would they actually want those things on, there's all this evidence about glimpse time and, if there is a vehicle which is travelling past and it looks at a sign, you're only going to look at it for a part of a second to be able to assimilate that information. So my question was, are people going to pick up phone numbers and email addresses and things like that on signage anyway? What's the point?
Yeah, I mean, I had the same question, but after considering the evidence, I ultimately decided that I can remove that, or I'm comfortable with removing that, or recommending to remove that requirement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before you head off digital signs, can you go back to the standards which deal with sign size, maximum areas is one, and then maximum total areas? Again, there's been some pushback from submitters in relation to the metropolitan centre zone in particular.
Sure.
And you can't do a heck of a lot within 5 square metres or an aggregate of, what would it be, 20 square metres?
Yeah, that's what they
MCZ
were proposing to increase up to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So obviously there's a differentiation between the city centre at the top of the hierarchy and then graduating down in terms of sizes, activity levels, expectations, height limits. All that is, there is a gradual differentiation between the two. But the one which did strike me as being less clear in terms of the rationale was the metropolitan centre zone.
Sure. I've seen in my section 42A, and I stood by that in my evidence as well, in my supplementary evidence, that the reason why I decided to recommend rejection of that submission point was because of the residential nature within which those areas sit. Johnsonville, Kilbirnie, still highly residential areas, and I considered that 5 metre squared requirement was a suitable starting point, and beyond that, a resource consent can be applied for, and at that point, a consideration can be made of the full effects of a sign which is proposed to be.
Yeah, but the same would equally apply if it's residential areas adjoining the central city as well.
Yeah, and I would argue.
What's the difference between the two?
I would argue that the central city, if you're in a residential area adjoining that, it's reasonable to expect a greater level of signage because of that central city status, as opposed to if you're out in the suburbs in Johnsonville and Kilburnie.
Mm. I'm just thinking about, say, somebody in Upper Willis Street, for example, a residential property there, compared to somebody who lives in Frankmore Avenue or something like that in Johnsonville. Wouldn't the same apply regardless?
My initial position on that is not, and that's going back to my reason that I just gave around the locations of those.
Okay. I may have some more,
Sure.
but pass it over to the others for now.
Okay.
Good, Anil. Thanks very much for your report. I think I do have a few questions for you, and I just want to take you firstly to page 25 and paragraph 145. This is in relation to sign P4, signs on scheduled archaeological sites and sites of significance to Māori. And I note there at 145, Taranaki Whānui's submission seeking an amendment to the policy to provide for appropriate provide appropriate wording, I guess, to enable bilingual signage and appropriate naming opportunities. And I note your point at paragraph 148 where you disagree with the inclusion of a reference to appropriate naming opportunities, given that that's not an appropriate way of managing that type of activity through the district plan, which I agree with. But you haven't addressed the other point, which was around the bilingual signage in respect of SASMs in particular. And because I'm wondering, I mean, what would your, have you given any consideration to whether it might be appropriate to include a reference to the use of te reo Māori, for instance, in this policy, where te reo might actually contribute to safety, and it might help to better understand and interpret cultural values in relation to sites of cultural significance, for instance. In that context, what would your view be in relation to including provision for the use of te reo in the context of this policy?
And by including provision, what exactly would you mean? And the reason I ask that is because I don't think the policy precludes it.
Okay. Well, perhaps it probably doesn't actually enable signs that relate to safety and interpretation. And I take from that you're meaning interpretation in terms of the archaeological and cultural values of the sites. Is that? Yeah. Okay. So that would be right. It doesn't preclude the use of te reo. In that case, I mean, do you think there might be some benefit in making that a bit more explicit? I mean, like, for instance, you could include in brackets, for argument's sake, after interpretation, including the use of te reo Māori or something of that nature. What would your view be on that?
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from in relation to that. Again, I think my view is that it doesn't preclude the use of te reo Māori. I'm not sure if it needs to explicitly state otherwise. However, it's something that I'll be more than happy to look into and maybe consider that at the right of reply.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I think that would be helpful.
Sure. Yeah, I understand.
And also, while we're
while we're looking at P4, I noticed that there might be just a few drafting anomalies. For instance, the policy relates to both archaeological values and presumably cultural values that are associated with the SASMs.
Yeah.
But if you look at where references are made to archaeological values, like at the in that last line of the first paragraph, for instance, there's no reference to cultural values as well. So the cultural references to cultural values seem to have been overlooked.
Yeah, no, that's a very valid point, and I can see your point in relation to that.
And so that would apply at A as well, where we've got archaeological features.
Sure.
And C, where we've got archaeological site.
Yeah, no, I again, my initial position on that is I agree that perhaps cultural should be mentioned in there, especially as this policy relates to both archaeological and sites and areas of significance to Māori. And the policy matters are only referencing back to that archaeological. So yeah, I think I agree with you on that. And I'd like you to consider that if that's okay.
Thank you. That would be great. And just one more thing, looking at that policy, I notice we've termed the SASMs sites of significance to Māori, but should that not be sites and areas of significance to Māori, or does Wellington City have a different?
Yeah, it should be sites and areas.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that might be another amendment that needs to be made.
It will be, yes.
Okay, that's. Wait for you to write that down.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
And then we go to page 33, sign R7, signs within the extent of a scheduled archaeological site or site and area of significance to Māori. And again to Taranaki Whānui's submission there, seeking a rule amendment to include proximity to sites, which isn't very clear
No.
at all in terms of what they're seeking there. But what is clear is that they're also seeking that the matters of discretion be amended to include engagement with Taranaki Whānui.
Sure. Yep.
So if we go to R7,
R7, okay, yeah.
sign R7. Yeah, it is R7, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
SASMs will include wāhi tapu, amongst other sites of cultural significance, but wāhi tapu, of course, are the most sacred of all cultural sites, and there are cultural and spiritual values associated with them usually.
Yep.
And often those values are of an intangible nature.
Okay.
That don't just rely on, sort of subsurface damage to undermine them. They can be undermined through inappropriate use or activities occurring on the site or near the site, including signage,
right,
I would imagine. So given that, I'm just wondering where signs are anticipated to be installed within the extent of a wāhi tapu.
Yeah.
For argument's sake, there may well be a case for engagement with tangata whenua over the potential effects
Right.
to ensure that, you know, those cultural values are not undermined in any way. And also in assessing P4, in terms of minimising, for instance, the impacts of installing a sign or any other kind of activity that, that may be anticipated on Waihi Tapu and sevens generally. And I think that occurs in A. It's hard to imagine how an officer would be able to assess those effects without the assistance of tangata whenua.
Sure.
So I'm wondering, is there any? Well, I'm interested in your views on that,
Okay.
and whether there is any policy impediment to including tangata whenua engagement as a matter of discretion.
Yeah. I'll take those points. And it has got me thinking around that. I'm not sure if I can provide you a direct answer today.
That's right.
If it's okay, I'd like to go away and look into whether or not. Yeah.
No, it's probably better that you give that one some thought.
Yeah, I think so.
I recognise that it is, you know, it has implications that you do need to carefully think about.
Yeah, but I take on board what you're saying there, for sure.
Thank you. Just double check to see whether I've got just a couple more. Paragraph 342. Now this is again is in response to Taranaki Whānui.
Okay.
And the signs design guide. Yeah, and I mean they've made a request there to use that as an opportunity to provide for AHICA and primary mana whenua status matters, and you've not supported that for reasons which I understand. I was just wondering though whether you consider the signs design guide could be another opportunity perhaps for considering the use of te reo Māori. Perhaps as an alternative, well, it would be better in the policy, I think, if we do go down that route.
Yeah.
Or maybe if it's if there's some reference in the signs guide, design guide, that might be a way of also providing for its use, or at least, as you say, I mean, it's not necessarily. It's not that te reo isn't currently able to be incorporated into signage, but
that's right.
The design guide might be a way of encouraging its use, perhaps.
Sure. Yeah, I understand. So your position would be that the signs chapter is, you know, whether it's in the policy or it's in the design guide, should be explicitly encouraging the use of te reo.
I think so.
Okay.
And I mean, as a way of specifically addressing the policy imperative, actually, of, you know, providing safety and appropriately interpreting those cultural values, it would seem to me that when we're talking about sites and areas of significance to Māori, that you know, that's in most cases going to be most appropriately provided for through the use of te reo Māori.
Okay.
And when I say te reo, I mean, I'm talking about bilingual signage, not just.
Yeah, I
te reo.
understand that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's something else that I'd like to consider alongside P4.
Absolutely.
Just so that I am clear, in P4, so that directly references sites and areas of significance to Māori, but the design guide is not only in relation to that. So would you be seeking it only in relation to sites and areas of significance to Māori or across the entire chapter?
I think that's something for you to think about.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. Yep, no worries.
I think. Just one final question for you.
Sure.
And it's in relation to sign S13.
Okay.
Permitted signs within the extent of a scheduled archaeological site or site an area. Oh, you've got area there.
Yeah.
Of significance to Māori. Safety and interpretation signs must not, one, exceed 0.5 square metres. I'm just wondering what the basis for that is.
I think the basis there is that 0.5 square metres should provide enough space to, be able to provide, safety and interpretation whilst also mitigating the effects of that sign on that environment.
Okay, so it doesn't have any bearing on the archaeological, what's it called? When you have to apply to Hauhere, New Zealand Historic Places Trust, for a permit to damage an archaeological site. Is this to avoid? Are these measurements designed to avoid the need for that?
Yeah, apologies, I don't quite understand.
I forget what it's called. There's a when an activity occurs on an archaeological site, there is an authority, an archaeological authority that has to be applied for.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering whether these measurements or do they have you considered the requirements for an archaeological authority?
I'm going to be honest, and I think the answer to that is probably no.
Because it might pay to just check that these won't trigger the need for an archaeological authority.
Yes, good point. I think I will need to check that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just broader than that, just how this relates to control of earthworks in a SASM as well. I'm guessing they work conjunctively somehow, but it would be good to clarify that as well.
Okay.
Thank you. No further questions from me.
Thank you.
Mr. Bates.
Just a couple of questions, thanks. Back to the questions that Lindsay was asking about previously about the state highways network in relation to that. In your supplementary evidence, when you're introducing this again and talking about it, you refer to the Waka Kotahi manual.
Yeah.
I think it is, the manual states, you said, in addition, it states that Waka Kotahi will be considered an effective party for signs that are visible from the state highway network. And you've gone from using the word visible generally to using visible for facing, oriented towards the street.
Yeah.
So if that's in the manual that it says visible from, I'm a little bit confused then about this change.
Yeah, the change in terms of oriented did come from the submissions that I received, particularly from Mr. Harris.
Yeah, I understand.
And so when I weighed the two, the planning policy manual and the evidence that I received from Mr. Harris in relation to this specific matter, I did end up favouring Mr. Harris in regards to
Okay.
oriented to be read from, but that's as far as I went on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I understood that. I was just given that you took a lot of guidance from the manual.
Yeah.
That was still consistent with the manual,
Mm.
given that the manual says that visible.
Yeah, I take the point, but also consider that I did go through a bit of a weighting exercise on that.
Sorry.
I went through a bit of a weighting exercise on that
Okay.
myself as well, and that's where I landed.
Well, that sort of, I guess it leads me on then to think, when you're talking about these particular signs, and you know, I'm just being really clear about it, and same as Lindsay Commissioner Dace was saying, that you're travelling along these lovely state highways that are 50k speed limit. It's no different from any other street really. But and where you say in many cases, particularly where a sign is proposed within a 50k area, I expect this process will not be overly onerous, which sort of seems like it's quite a straightforward box ticking exercise. And I wondered then, has there been a discussion with Waka Kotahi over that? I mean, they are not part of this are not engaged in this, but is that something that, perhaps have a discussion with them about? Because it seems to be a very fine line, really.
In the drafting of the chapter, we did consult with Waka Kotahi, and so that's where that comment comes from. That was in consultation with Waka Kotahi at the time of drafting.
So then they're kind of like, well, we don't think it'll be an issue, but we want to see them. Because it's going to capture a lot of signs, which
sure.
I think that's okay, I'll leave that there. In your next paragraph in the supplementary evidence, you're talking about the size of the signs, where they've been some of the media groups are seeking in a particular metropolitan zone and commercial zones are seeking 20 square metres instead of 5. And in your paragraph 12, you say, I agree in part with this, given that as notified, the PDP allows 20 square metres within the city centre and mixed use zone. I'm not sure what you're agreeing with there. Are you agreeing that it's okay in the commercial zone, but not okay in the metropolitan zone?
Can you point me to the paragraph number? Sorry.
Paragraph 12 in
Paragraph
your
12.
supplementary.
Supplementary.
So, Mr. Costello states, city centre, mixed use zone, commercial, metropolitan should have a maximum of 20. I agree in part with this, given that the PDP allows 20 in the city centre and mixed zone, but then you disagree with metro. So I'm taking for that you agree with the commercial sense.
Okay, sorry, that's not what I meant. What I meant was, so he's stating that within the city centre zone, for example, it should be 20 square metres. Well, the notified PDP already has that requirement, 20 square metres in the city centre zone.
Sorry, you're fading there. But
so the city centre zone as proposed already has a requirement for 20 square metres. So he's essentially stating what is already notified. So I agree with them on that point, but I don't agree with them in terms of the MCZ. Sorry if that didn't come through clearly.
it's clear. It was just that the commercial. Is it 20 square metres in the commercial as well? Permitted. Just have to go back to the standards then.
No, it's not.
It's not. That's why I thought, well, what is it?
5.
So what do you think of in terms of the commercial zone then? Because it's 5 in the commercial zone.
Yeah.
So
it's 5 square meters. I think that's the confusion.
Commercial zone.
Yes.
Oh, it's mixed use zone. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Got that.
Okay.
Thank you. Change. There's another point here. There's a couple of things. When you're responding to Out of Home Media Association of Aotearoa Blomfield's evidence, and this is around visual clutter in P1.
Yep.
So you've changed your view on that and agree that that it should enable signs where visual clutter is minimised, as opposed to, I think it says avoid visual clutter.
Yeah.
Why do you think that should be changed?
Well, I think after I read the evidence of Mr. Blomfield, I did consider that that was, or the wording of that notified standard was probably a little bit strong. And so I did agree with him that the amendment that visual clutter is minimised is more appropriate. It provides a bit of pragmatism, whilst also holding on to, managing the effects of visual clutter.
It's probably less clear though, because you have to measure minimised, and I guess my question is, what visual clutter is acceptable?
Mm.
But your first words, they do not result in visual clutter, seem to me to be clearer. Clutter's not a good thing. It's not usually used in a positive sense. Is
That's
it?
right. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
when you say minimise, it's that, well, what extent of visual clutter is okay? How are you going to measure that? It just seems less clear to me than what you originally had.
Yeah, and I can see that as you pointed it out.
Right, well,
Can I consider that?
yeah, consider that one.
Thank you.
In the last area, as around the request from one of them that Mr. Blomfield's referred to, its own media, requesting provisions around standalone structures in the basically bus shelters and those signs that they have. And I just, if you, I may be missing something in here, but where it's bus shelters and signs, that goes with the whole commercial deal, doesn't it? I mean, that's the reason why they have these things is to get the advertising. And the size of the sign is determined by the size of the structure.
Yeah.
Did you think through that? I mean, did you think about
I did.
that? I mean,
I basically disagree with Mr. Blomfield
Yeah.
on that matter. And the reason for being is that it's hard to determine how big that structure might be. So if you relied on it being the size of the structure, well, how big is that structure? It could be, in theory, it could be quite large. And so I thought that the reference to the standards was more appropriate because at least that provides, clarity around a specific metric.
Yes, I just wondered if there was a more simple way of, a more refined way of dealing with that, because they are generally small, but they are bus shelters and in those standard ones. But I understand your point, they could get bigger, but there must be a process around that size of that structure too. I just wonder if that's really the easiest way of dealing with it, by just referring to the standards, or there isn't a more refined way of dealing with it, and whether you thought about that.
I did think about that. And my response to that was that the way that the science chapter is drafted doesn't deal with signs on specific structures. It deals with them a little bit more generally in terms of whether it's an on-site sign or a third-party sign or a digital sign. And so my reason for not agreeing to that relief was to remain consistent with the drafting of the chapter. So regardless of whether or not a sign's proposed on a third party sign's proposed on a bus shelter or another structure of some sort, they have to comply with the same standards.
Because to use a road reserve, you need the consent of the council.
Exactly.
Anyway.
So you already need
process.
Yeah. There is, but this is separate to that. This is a district plan matter, which is controlling that specific.
Absolutely. Just okay. I'll think about it.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just turning back to that thorny question about clutter.
Okay.
As Commissioner Flatt says, in itself, it's a almost derogatory term, because I mean, I was just looking at the dictionary definition: to fill or litter with things in a disorderly manner. And one person's clutter is another person's visual interest. And the design guide doesn't assist at all. I was checking the science design guide, and it just talks about to minimise visual clutter and things like that. It doesn't really go much further than that. There's probably not a lot more you can do about it, because it's not defined in the plan at all. And I presume it's just judged on a case-by-case basis as consent applications come in.
That's right.
And it's almost first come, first serve. If your last sign on Vivian Street, for instance, suddenly you trigger this visual clutter kind of
Yeah.
threshold, but I understand it's a difficult thing. Just, I've got a few questions. On paragraph 93, you're recommending some changes to the introduction. And it's just a minor, really minor matter. You got hoarding signs for local central government elections, for example. You refer to the Electoral Act 93 and the Electoral Act 2001, but I think the 2001 Act is for local government electoral things. Something tells me it's the local electoral act or something like that,
Okay.
rather than just electoral act.
Okay. So I need to look into that then.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just something in the back of my mind.
Thank you.
Paragraph 110, it's objective 1 about the role of signage. This is a general comment again. I think it's been made in previous hearings around an objective that just talks about managing things,
Yeah.
whether it's effectively or not. Objectives are meant to specify an outcome, and if the outcome is just to manage signs, well, maybe. And I know it's a protocol, writing protocol, drafting protocol for this plan, but again, you know, to me, it's just sort of managed for what purpose, to what outcome, to what end. But that's just a general comment.
Okay, I'll note that, and it's something that I can look into.
Yeah, paragraph 110. Again, it's on the same sort of topic about plan drafting. Paragraph 116 and 117 forward. This is about the P1 policy.
Yeah.
Allowing signs. The difference between ors and ands and not saying anything, because an and is a conjunctive. It adds things to one thing, so it's one whole thing. So it's got to be clear in that policy that where you use and, you really literally mean and all. They've got to meet all those tests to be acceptable in the policy sense. So if they fail on one, in theory, they fail on the whole thing.
Yeah. So if you don't mind, I'll speak to that a little bit. That matter was brought up in evidence,
Yeah.
And I did work towards addressing that in my statement of supplementary evidence.
Right.
So in sign P1, I've looked at that policy, and I have decided that where that policy is referenced, it is appropriate that all matters, so 1 to 6, that they are an and. However, matter 7, which states they are required to meet regulatory or statutory requirements, should not be included within that and statement. And so I've recommended a change that says and/or right after 6 before matter 7. Did you follow along?
Yeah, I do. The only thing I would suggest, and I haven't got it in front of me, so my apologies, but where you got an or that suddenly turns into an and, a series of ands, that or is the series of ands that follows that or is part of the or part, if you know what I mean. So it's either they don't result in visual clutter, or they meet those other tests of ands. So they can, if they meet those other tests, they can result in visual clutter. That's what I'm saying, because there's an or.
Yeah. So where they're required to meet regulatory or statutory requirements.
Yeah. So they can be visually cluttering.
Yeah, if they're a requirement for regulatory or statutory reasons.
Okay.
Yeah. Which I think is quite a high bar. Yeah.
And I think Commissioner Dave talked about Vivian Street, and as he quite rightly pointed out, there are other streets on the highway, state highway, right through to the roundabout by the airport.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is another point where we will ask the submitters on this topic around that. There is, I mean, I drove down Vivian Street yesterday evening.
Yeah.
And there is a massive, bearing in mind today's hearing, massive signs. But on the other hand, your mind automatically kind of filters them out because you're concentrating on driving and you might only see the bigger signs and things like that.
Yeah.
There. Which does give me, the question is it a matter of size that you're worried about, the ones that grab your attention versus all the other just sort of detail, just blend in the background. So we'll hear more from that, no doubt.
Yeah, and I'm myself, I'm looking forward to hearing from
Yeah.
the submitter on that as well.
Well, another little point too, and Commissioner Dace may know about this. There was a question around on the state highway, especially with the motorways above certain speed limits, but you dismiss, and I don't have it in front of me, but you dismiss off ramps and on ramps. But to my memory, they are part of the motorway, literally. The motorway stops when that off ramp turns into a local street. From memory, is that correct, Commissioner Dace? So it's not. And I would have thought that coming off an off ramp or coming on ramp, you kind of need to focus on what you're doing to get up to speed to 100 or whatever it is, and get safely into the traffic. So I would have thought including off ramps and on ramps was probably appropriate to do.
So I think I remember that. I can't remember what it was, but a submitter asked to include that, correct? And I rejected it. Yeah. Yeah, I think the reason for that was I was trying to be pragmatic in my recommendations, and I did consider that on ramps and off ramps, essentially, especially in the Wellington region, very small. And I had in mind the one off the motorway onto the Quays. Yeah, and I was thinking about the signage that's on that intersection, and how that's been there for as long as I can remember. And so, when I made that recommendation to reject, I was thinking about those scenarios.
Yeah, but I turn back to the question about they are technically legally part of the state highway network, and they are a transition from high speed environment, usually,
to low speed.
often, to a low speed environment, and the need to speed up or down, as the case may be, and the need to focus on that. So,
yeah, I take the point, and again, I think it's something that I could reconsider.
Yeah. Thank you. Just a minor point, paragraph 146, you refer to the Wellington Heritage Professionals, and you disagree on the first point they make about deleting the benefits of additional signage to support long-term use. You don't agree with that. Oh no, it's the matter of rate of change. Sorry, I'm reading this one. But you don't address the deletion of the benefits of additional signage in your paragraph 149.
149. Just go to that. Yeah, I can see where you are now.
Yeah.
Do you want me to
just cover that off if you could? That'd be great. I mean, there's an implicit assessment on it, but
yeah,
an explicit one.
Cover it off now.
Yes, certainly.
Okay. So when I was referring to that submission, so Signs SA does control does manage the transition between signage, and I've recommended that that's reduced to 0.5 seconds, and that's in line with other district plans across country, and also with the evidence that I saw from Mr. Harries. And so the reason, since it's in Signs SA, I didn't see any need for it to be in the policy, and I consider it would be out of place to manage that within the policy as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about the relief thought of deleting the reference to the benefits of additional signage?
If you don't mind, can you give me a second to
That's all right.
have a look? Yeah.
There's not. And so there's an implicit, isn't
I see. Yeah, so the reason I didn't agree with that relief, it is in, they reference Meta 2 and Science P4.
Mhm.
And, allowing additional signage to support the sustainable long-term use I considered was appropriate, especially in relation to archaeological areas and sites and areas of significance to Māori. If that signage is going to benefit that area, then I consider that to be a good thing.
Turning to page 36, this is standard 1, maximum area. I'm just to double check to pick up on presentation, I think. Just whether the standard, and you might have addressed it in your supplementary, whether all the zones are appropriately covered in that S1, that table top. You've got commercial zone, as you've heard, that's no longer.
Yeah, have to remember that.
But just to double check that all zones are covered in that, need to be covered.
That's probably something that I can do.
Yeah.
Outside of today, but yeah, I'll double check across the whole chapter.
Okay.
Those zones.
That one. Oh yes, is the questions from Commissioner Daish around the metropolitan zone, centre zone. I accept your point that they are surrounded by residential and some degrees overlooked by residential, but the point of a metropolitan centre is it's a fairly substantive commercial centre, next down from the CCZ. So I would have thought internally there would have been some scope for additional signage that's not really visible from residential properties and things like that. And I'm just wondering whether any regard had been given to a standard or an internal standard to a standard that recognised the distance from residential properties. I can understand signage right close to the edge of an MCZ, but when you're further into it, I'm thinking of Johnsonville and even Kilburnie too, well away from any residential things. Would a more commercial sort of CCZ type standard be more appropriate for there?
Possibly. Yeah, that is probably something that I could look into. I'm not sure what that distance would be or how you would qualify that.
No, it's a good question.
Yeah, that's definitely something that I need to put some work into.
Yeah, and hopefully the submitters have heard that question as well. That's all my questions. Any further questions from the panel? Commissioner Dash?
Looking at the standards, I'm particularly looking at standard 1, standard 2, and standard 4, and the differences between the various zones in terms of maximum areas, total area of signs, and also maximum height of freestanding signs. If you take residential, for example, you've got a 1.5 square metre maximum area of any sign, and maximum total area being 1.5 metres, but you've got a 4 metre height limit for a freestanding sign there. So a 4 metre, if it was to be permitted, a 4 metre high sign would have to be extremely narrow to get it below the 1.5 metres squared. Just wondering whether any further differentiation on that particular matter was thought about. And secondly, there's a lot of differences between S1, S2 and S4 in relation to the zones that there are, and continuing on with my initial question about the metropolitan centre zone, whether in reality there's been the right apportionment of differences between the different zones. And I guess the most obvious one is the height of the signs.
Yeah.
Where you can only go to 8 metres in the industrial zone and the commercial zone, which no longer exists. It's now the metropolitan urban zone.
Yeah.
But you can't look at the central city zone, for example, thinking Thornton Quay, thinking Cambridge Terrace. You must go to 4 metres. There's nothing in Johnsonville which can go anything higher than 4 metres. But you have a bigger signage area in some of those zones, like mixed use zone to 20 metres squared in the city centre zone. I guess the reason for the questioning is a matter of fairness. I think part of our process is to look at processes to make things permitted where it's generally accepted that the adverse effects are minor or less than minor. And I'm potentially concerned about some of these standards triggering resource consent, which otherwise probably shouldn't be required.
Right.
You got any views on all of those?
Yeah, I think in terms of S4 and freestanding signs, so that's not referring to signs which are on the side of a building.
Yep.
This is only freestanding signs. I think that 4 metre height limit, is appropriate, and I think it's also quite fair.
In a residential and rural area?
Yeah, and that is a question.
Because
I was referring to city centre zone. I should have been more clear. But I do take the point regarding residential and rural areas.
well, because every petrol station
Yeah.
is going to be they're going to automatically need a consent for their sign on the frontage, which has the who they are and how much the price of petrol is, which might be okay for that to resource consent might be okay for resource consent to be required for those.
Yeah.
For other reasons.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering about the proportionality of the differences between the zones that we have here, particularly the commercial zones themselves.
Yeah, I do see your point. I did give some consideration to it when I was responding to submissions. And yeah, you're right, I didn't recommend any change, but that was, from the point of view that I did consider that height limit for freestanding signs was appropriate and fair. But
the higher height limit's only going to apply to the general industrial zone, which is pretty small in the area in the city.
Yeah.
Overall.
Yeah, I'll take the point, and I think I need to look at that. Yeah.
It would be helpful. Thank you. The signs on bus shelters. I seem to recall many years ago there was a massive rollout of shelters as they were at the time.
Yeah.
I think it's now gone to another company, and they were pretty standardised kit. If you've got a bus stop, which you want to put a bus shelter, it's going to be of a certain size and a certain dimension. Do you know offhand whether or not the structure itself on Legal Road is going to trigger a consent, or is it just going to be the signage attached to it?
Yeah, so the Legal Road takes the zoning, to halfway of the road of the opposite zone. So it would depend entirely on what those.
So if it was in a residential area,
yeah,
it's going to trigger a consent for the structure, let alone the signs.
Yeah. So
and not potentially for a bus shelter in the CBD, in the
Yeah, but-
central city zone?
I think I'd need to look at that closer because I'm not sure that it would trigger consent in the residential zone, given the high limits within that zone.
Yeah, I know the things, I wasn't involved in the residential hearing itself, but I thought like encroachment licensed garages are still going to require a
Yeah, so
consent because
that-
they're a structure on legal road.
Yeah, so
And
that's
presumably a bus shelter on legal road is going to fall into the same category.
that's right. So that's a separate process, and there will be things that people need to go through, outside of the district plan, but related to council. To
Yeah,
get
no,
approval
but
for
just
those.
concentrating on the district plan is whether or not they require resource consent anyway,
Yeah. Uh,
because they do two things, if you like. They give people shelter.
Yeah.
But they also potentially got, a couple of faces which are available for some sort of signage.
I'm not sure that they would need resource consent, but I can't say that with any certainty. I'd have to have a
Okay.
look.
Yeah, no, I'm just interested because I do know that there was a lot of resource consent sought many years ago when there was a rollout.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? No, I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Patterson. With that, we'll adjourn the hearing until we resume with Mr. Searle. We'll talk things open space and town belt at 1:30 this afternoon. So with that, we'll adjourn the hearing until then. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hearing stream 7 has been reconvened after lunch. This afternoon's session is about open space, natural open space, sports and active, and the Wellington Town Belt zones. The reporting officer on those provisions is Mr. Jamie Searle, who's in front of us now. Mr. Searle, would you like to, as Mr. Patterson did, just basically talk to your report and highlight any key points and recommendations, particularly if you've changed your recommendations since the 42A report? Thank you.
Your Commissioners, so I'll just repeat that my name is Jamie Searle and I'm a Senior Planning Advisor in the District Planning team here at Wellington City Council. I can confirm that I'm the sole author of the Open Spaces and Recreation Zones Section 42A report, and the views contained within are mine. My qualifications and experience are set out in Section 1.2 of my report, and I have read the Code of Conduct and confirmed my compliance with it in all aspects of this hearing. So, as you've stated, this topic and report covers the open spaces zone, the natural open spaces zone, the sport and active recreation zone, and the special purpose Wellington Town Belt zone. The majority of the land within an open space and recreation zone is council owned and subject to a reserves management plan prepared under the Reserves Act. However, I note that there are exceptions to this, including situations of privately owned land with a natural open space zone. So I've considered the matter of applying an open space zone to privately owned land in my report, and guided by case law, consider that it is not unlawful to apply an open space zone to privately owned land, but that careful consideration of the planning history of each site is required in these instances, which has been undertaken in response to submissions that seek rezoning to a non-open space zone. So just briefly in terms of submissions and key recommendations, in total there were 293 submission points and 68 further submissions on submission points on this topic. The majority of these were on the natural open space zone provisions. There were also a variety of submissions on matters best addressed by methods outside of the district plan. These include matters such as acquisition of land for open space and improvement of the open space network and of existing parks. Although important matters for the residents of Wellington, I consider that these are more relevant to non-RMA processes such as council policies relating to open space network, reserve management plans, and funding determined through processes such as the long-term plan. So just touching on some of the key report recommendations. In terms of site-specific rezoning, these include to rezone a small part of 39 Chapman Street from open space zone to match the zoning of 15 Chesterton to reflect disposal of reserve land, and that the part of that land will be or has been amalgamated with 15 Chesterton. To rezone part of 9 Comber Place to medium residential zone to better reflect the operative district plan zoning and the improved development which has commenced construction, and to rezone part of 62 Kaiwhatawhata Road that was notified natural open space to medium residential zone to better reflect the operative district plan zone. In terms of the zones themselves, I'll just touch on a couple of key recommendations. So within the open space zone, I've recommended an amendment to Objective 3 to better recognise the values and aspirations of mana whenua with respect to open spaces, and the introduction of a new standard requiring buildings and structures are set back by 1.5 metres from a rail corridor boundary. For the natural open space zone, an amendment to existing Rule 14 and a new standard, which is proposed S7, is introduced to provide for alterations and additions to the seawalls between Lyle Bay and Moa Point, and introduction of a new standard similar to open space zone for this 1.5 metre setback from the rail corridor. In the Wellington Town Belt zone, an amendment to Objective 1 to improve alignment with the Town Belt Act. So those are the key recommendations, in my view, from the Section 42A report. In terms of my supplementary evidence, following the release of that Section 42A report and further consideration of evidence lodged by submitters, I wish to highlight to the panel my revised position on 2 matters, which is covered in my supplementary evidence dated 13th March. So firstly, 1 Upland Road in Calburn. So I've agreed with the evaluation outlined in Mr. Lewandowski's evidence, and following legal submissions from Mr. Gordon on behalf of Panorama Property and Mr. Wellington on behalf of the council, now recommend that 1 Upland Road is zoned neighbourhood centre zone. And as far as the seawalls between Lyle Bay and Mola Point and the enabling of works required to ensure their functionality, excuse me, following further consideration prompted by Mr. Sullivan's evidence on behalf of Wellington Airport, I now recommend a new objective and 1 new policy to provide the necessary direction and policy support to ensure an appropriately clear and enabling consenting pathway for works necessary to ensure the ongoing effectiveness of those seawalls. So that leaves what I see as 2 remaining points in contention. The 5 metre setback sought by Kiwi Rail, where I have recommended a 1.5 metre setback, as I consider that strikes an appropriate balance between ensuring building maintenance can be undertaken and not unnecessarily constraining the use of that land. Also, it remains to be seen whether the submitters are comfortable with my revised provisions in relation to the seawall. So that concludes my overview, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sill. Any questions from the panel?
Hi. Couple of things. I know in your report you talked about the 1.5 metre setback as coming from a Herring 2 stream, I think.
Correct.
So you've relied on that. I'm not familiar. What was the reasoning for 1.5 being acceptable?
In part, I think it's probably summarised by that it strikes that balance in terms of efficient use of land, but still providing a setback of.
I just wonder how they landed on 1.5.
I'd have to go back and dive into the decisions.
We'd need to look at that.
I think the one point I would make is that on top of, I guess, considering the residential zone, as the submitters pointed out in this case, that it doesn't occur very often. I think it was 7 times across the city.
Yeah.
And we're talking about buildings which, I guess, at least in terms of permitted heights, are a much smaller scale than what you would anticipate, or what's provided for in the residential zones or other zones.
Sure, but if you could just say what the reasoning was for
Sure.
1.5. And you would consider that the changes you've made in relation to seawalls would satisfy. You've got a long way to introduce the objective and the policy to back up the rules framework that would you're satisfied that it's up to them to be satisfied, I know, but do you consider that would meet their?
I would hope so, yes. I guess the main difference is that they were seeking 2 policies, whereas I thought 1 policy would do the job.
Yeah. Now, the other thing was about 1 Upland Road. So I find this a little bit confusing. I've read the legal submissions on that too. So it was out of residential, and then the proposed plan was to make it open space zoning. So I'm wondering what led to that. Why? I mean, it's in Botanical Gardens land, I guess, when it was originally, and I read Martin Sheldon's report too. I mean, I guess then the activity then to support Botanical Gardens was a cafe restaurant. I mean, it's now a medical centre, chemist, etc. So was it is it council's intention that in fact they want to hold on to that land? And clearly it's reserved, so they have it under the Reserves Act. But the open space zoning would support that, wouldn't it? So as if in some time in the future you were thinking it could be used for, or it could be whenever used for reserve. But now your proposal, you agree with Mr. Lewandowski that in fact it should be neighbourhood centre zone, which is quite a significant change. Yes, it reflects the current uses, but is that really what the council wants for that land?
Well, I think the fact that council, I mean, I can't speak on behalf of the entire organisation, but I think the fact that council's entered a long-term lease for those activities speaks to council's kind of expectations in terms of how that land would be used, at least for the
20 years, I think.
20 to potentially 40 years. If I think there's a right of renewal in there. Council, my understanding is that that there are provisions within that lease agreement that give the leaseholder or the landowner the ability to work with the landowner or the leaseholder in terms of what any further development and what that might look like. But I guess initially I probably placed a fair amount of weight on the Reserves Act status and the fact that it was held under the Botanical Gardens Management Plan. Legal advice has said that although that's relevant, it doesn't determine or constrain the land use zone. So I guess that weighting exercise that is influenced there from my perspective, and that neighbourhood centre zone would be the most appropriate zone at the moment, and it wouldn't preclude council either revoking that reserve land in future or retaining the reserve land status and changing the zone at a point in time in the future.
To open space zones. So that's why I was sort of interested. Well, why did you zone it? Why did you propose zoning it open space?
I can, as Mr. Lewandowski points out, there's not a lot of information or no information really on that in terms of the Section 32 report. So I'm heavily reliant on kind of anecdotal information, which is which comes back to that reserve land status and the legislative context determining the zone.
Yes, I guess on the face of it, it seems consistent with it being a reserve. Just interested in council sort of long-term kind of view on that when you're changing the zoning from when it is reserved land, yeah. But yeah, thank you. I'll think that come, and that's all from me now. That's more.
Yeah, my questions were in relation to One Upland Road as well, because we're here looking at appropriate zoning under the Resource Management Act, and the Reserves Act is an important factor, but not the only factor here. And also, you know, I am familiar with some of the history of the site. You know, it used to have its own. Is that better? Okay. And the fact that it used to have its own retail zoning at one stage as well, I seem to recall many years ago. But physically, in terms of that site, does it perform an open space function at the moment? It's separated from the remainder of the botanical gardens by the cable car itself. So as intuitively, when you look at what's on the site, you know, what is the appropriateness of an open space zoning in that particular location? I think you've walked us through your thinking on that as well, which has been very helpful. And we're here from the submitters, and we have some legal advice as well, including that from Mr. Wellington as well, which basically has confirmed your current understanding of the legal position. So that's helpful. The other one is obviously the seawalls around the airport itself. And I think Ms. O'Sullivan's evidence was pretty precise about what she felt was the appropriate framework for consideration of that. Is it an outlier in terms of the rest of the natural open space zoning? Her view is it probably is, in terms of where it is and what it does and the function of that. So I will be interested in talking to the airport when we see them on Thursday in terms of whether or not they are comfortable with your proposition, particularly the new objective and the new policy, which does have its genesis in their recommendations too. So that was I don't have any other specific questions, but probably my observations of where we're at the moment. So thank you.
Thanks very much for your report.
Oh.
Kia ora. Can you hear me now? Thank you for your report and for your overview. I had questions too in relation to One Upland Road, but they've all been well traversed. So I'm going to just ask you a couple of questions that may come from slightly left field, but they are in your report at paragraph 145, where you're dealing there with the request from Taranaki Whānui to rezone parcels of the Te Motu Kairangi land, defence lands, and I can understand the reasons for which you've disagreed, and your view that a standalone plan change process would be more appropriate. But just below that, the last sentence of paragraph 145, you say that you also consider that the relief sought by Taranaki Whānui is relevant to the issue of how the plan provides for papakainga, which council staff will be considering in partnership with iwi. And I was just interested in better understanding how does the plan provide for papakainga currently, if at all, and if there are changes anticipated to the extent that you're aware of those. Could you enlighten us, please? And to what extent would papakainga be possible within the open space zone?
So I can probably only offer limited enlightenment on this issue.
Okay.
And it could be something that we come back
on.
with,
Yep.
more detail on. But I guess it's my understanding is that there's a gap in the plan that's been
Okay.
acknowledged.
Yes.
And that there's an opportunity there to work with Te Whenua Mana Whenua on what a potential option might look like.
Right.
And I would see these types of issues being potentially on the table, at least for a conversation. But I also know I don't think there's a council resolution at this point in time to do that work.
Yes. So you're talking generally though, in terms of how the plan generally would deal with the issue of papakainga. Yes. Thank you. And then are you okay? Does that preempt you from being able to determine at this stage the extent to which papakainga might or might not be possible within an open space zone?
I would say so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Then just in relation to paragraph 318, and this is where you're dealing with the Wellington Town Belt Zone, Policy 3. And again, Taranaki Whānui have sought clarification on how the policy, what role it plays in achieving the objective. If we go to that policy, WTBZP3, Mana Whenua, it talks about providing for the use and management of the town belt in partnership with Mana Whenua. That seems relatively clear, although it would be good to better understand, I guess, how the council envisage the partnership occurring with Mana Whenua in relation to the town belt. So that might be the first question, actually, in relation to this.
Sure. I guess that would probably in some ways be a method outside of the plan in terms of that relationship and it would be more sitting probably within the Parks and Recreation unit in terms of that relationship that they have in terms of the management of that park. So I'm not aware of how that relationship and plays out, or whether there are any existing kind of agreements or anything like that in terms of how that mana whenua kind of aspirations and role, how that's embedded in terms of the management of that park. But that's something that I could look into. And come
Thank
back
you.
on.
I think it is quite important because it does go to the heart of Taranaki Whanui's question there around clarifying how that policy gives effect to the objective. So that would be great if you could please have another look at that. And then the second part of the policy, this includes but is not limited to providing for customary practices within parks and reserves for the benefit of all. So I guess my question there is, given the mana whenua focus of that policy, is it at odds with the is the wording of the policy that requires customary practices be for the benefit of all at odds or incompatible with the focus of the policy, which is on mana whenua? You see what I mean?
Sure. I mean, my first observation would be that that policy, or that component of that policy, is directly providing policy support for customary activities as a permitted activity.
Right.
So resource consent would not be required.
Yes.
But I take your point on that kind of qualifier for the benefit of all.
I'd be interested in the rationale behind that, because I'm sure there is one. I mean, I can sort of envisage that it might work if the reference to customary practices is broadly interpreted in the context of the mana whenua objective that talks about kaitiakitanga. And, you know, if kaitiakitanga is in turn recognised as being a customary practice that has benefit for all, to the extent that it helps to promote the sustainable management, say, of the environment, then I can see that perhaps there is a link there, but it's not clear.
Sure. Yeah.
So if you wouldn't mind just giving some thought to how that could be clarified, and whether those qualifying words are relevant and necessary in this context.
Sure.
That would be good. Thank you. And I note, that's right, that this the same issue would also apply to the natural open space zone P7, where we have the same wording. And just one further question in relation to this particular policy. Are you able to enlighten me on what is anticipated in terms of customary practices?
Yeah, I noticed that just then as well, the difference between the term customary practices and customary activities.
Yes.
One of which being customary activities is defined, whereas customary practices is not.
So customary activities is defined.
I will just confirm that.
Okay.
But I can look at, I guess, that term customary practices,
yes,
and the use of customary activities in terms of the permitted role, and just tease out whether I think
that would be great. Thank you. To make sure there's consistency.
Similar scope, I just need to check that as well,
yeah,
in terms of any
I understand
changes.
Thank you. Oh, well, that was going to be my next question, whether a definition was needed, but there obviously already is one. So that would be all my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Dash?
Yeah, just a couple of additional ones from me. And it's only just sprung out at me. The very first natural open space zone, the very first paragraph of the introduction talks about the purpose of the natural open space zones, and then it talks about nature-based attractions such as Zealandia and Otari Wilton Bush and the historic government house. I've just had a look at the PDP maps. Government house isn't zoned natural open space. I think it has an underlying zoning of high density residential. So I'm just you probably don't have any submissions on it. I don't know what you can do about that, but I'm just concerned about the factual context for it. Perhaps pick that up later. The other one is you made a comment about the presumption for natural open space zoning to be generally council owned or have some sort of public ownership, whether it be through Department of Conservation. There are some other sites which are privately owned, being natural open space zone. Can you give me an indication of what types of activities are on them and some of the reasoning why they're not potentially zoned rural or another zone? Do you know that level of detail? Because I noticed, and I think it was Mr. Delage in terms of his evidence, mentioned that there is a presumption that you don't zone private land open space. But and you made an initial comment about, the majority is, but what about those that aren't?
So the only examples that I can draw upon are the ones that have been raised in submissions. I haven't identified any others. And it seems that for the most part, there's some kind of planning context or history or decision making that has informed that zoning, be it the quarry site or so it's kind of future urban type periphery. But each situation seems kind of quite nuanced in terms of how one got to having a natural open space zone or an open space zone of sorts. And for the most part, I think where I've recommended that it essentially retain an open space zone, it would have been previously zoned open space as opposed to just being introduced at this point in time.
Okay, so it's probably the vast majority of the open space zoning is in public ownership.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Turning to Upton Road for us a moment, looking at the planning map for it. Sorry. Couple of questions really. One is, I'm just, map's taking time to upload. So the area that's taken up by the present building and car park things is not entirely captured within the site for that, the zoning for that, if you know what I mean. It sticks out towards the north towards the cable car terminal.
Yes.
And that's zone medium density?
Correct.
Residential. So it's kind of in a split zone site, whatever happens, unless you zone it high, medium density as well. It's in a split zone situation. So whereas it might be provided for in a neighbourhood centre zone, for instance, it might still need consent for being that part of it in the residential zone.
That small portion.
Yeah, the northern bit. It's only a small part of the building. But
yeah, I note that Mr. Lewandowski I believe, was seeking essentially the lease area to be rezoned to neighbourhood centre zone. My take on that is that a decision has probably been made on that site, that medium residential site,
Right.
and I guess there may need to be further consideration, I guess, around scope to peel off a little bit of that site and rezone to.
I'm just trying to
something
remember
else.
if I've seen a map of the lease area. Is there
There
one
is-
that you can point me to?
There is, I believe, in evidence.
Lewandowski, is it?
Correct. Not completely easy to pick up, but on the basis that that's the lease area that does protrude into that site to the north.
Is that the map on page number? No, it's tiny page number, page 4. It says lease in handwriting, lease to someone. Again, that just seems to follow the property boundary to the north. So just leaves that outstanding question. How is the use of that very top end of the building managed? It's not within the lease area. Maybe we'll hear more from Meta on that.
That might be the easiest option to resolve that, but I can take a look at it and maybe get a copy of the lease agreement.
Right. Okay, thank you. Any other question I have on this particular point was, did you consider other zoning methods maybe to do with this? I'm just picking up from Commissioner Black's point. Given that it is part of the town belt and it's only leased, did you consider like an open space zoning, but like with a precinct on top of it, just to give it some particular rules to itself?
I didn't consider that exact kind of scenario. I guess and that would be one of the options maybe that you could consider. I'm aware of other district plans that, you know, pre-national planning standards that have an open space zone that actually is probably much more accommodating of these types of activity, more of a destination type open space, but that's not, the standards don't provide for that specifically. You could look at a special purpose zone, but I'd say this would be the only place that you might look to apply it.
Yeah, I mean, I have seen, and again, pre-national planning standards, somewhere where sometimes rules are specific to a property or what have you. So I don't know if that's an option either. But
yeah, it's not one that I considered, but I'm more than happy to if directed.
You answered some of my questions. I suppose within the question of the seawall and natural open space zone, is this the only part of the natural open space zone where there's a seawall or something similar to protect a road or something behind it? Do you know at the top of your head?
I would have to check. It wouldn't surprise me if there was a seawall structure within the open space zone, whether it's a seawall structure that protects regionally significant infrastructure, probably not.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm just thinking of like seawalls around
fall within that category.
Seawalls around Princess Bay, for instance, or thereabouts. You know, just what I'm thinking of, just to elucidate, is that, you know, the airport has lodged a submission and there may be a scope issue as well, but, you know, the natural open space zone may actually, the coastal environment, capture other seawalls and the like, just that may need to be fixed up. time to time. But could you, maybe you need time to look at that?
Yeah, it might be that I can access kind of asset information that might locate those and compare that with the zoning.
Thank you. Now that your recommendations and your supplementary around an objective and a policy for this, but you're recommending no further changes to the rules relating to going to the wrong place here, to seawalls at all. And I'm thinking mainly because I think there's a 1 meter difference in height or something that's been allowed for. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah.
In the standard. Yeah.
And the presentation that's been lodged, tabled with us from the airport around what needs to be done to that seawall, probably way beyond minor tweaks and things. So you're, just to clarify then, you're not recommending any changes to your recommendations around the rules for the seawall?
No.
Around there? No, okay.
I think there was one just correction, but it wasn't a material change. Let me have a look. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's something that I would like to have another look at,
Okay.
and obviously following the airport's submission, but I don't think I've covered this off, but I think the wording between the revised 14.1A and 1B needs to align a little better. And I also think that 14.2A potentially needs to reference 1B as well as 1A. So yeah, I'll just highlight that. I'll have a closer look at that, but I'll do so once I've heard from the submitter. But I guess broadly, that 1 meter provision isn't intended to necessarily enable the works that they anticipate. It's the policy and objective that I guess provide that necessary support, which I would say provides that consenting pathway.
Don't have any further questions. Any further questions from the panel? Good. Right, I don't think there are any further questions, Mr. Sill, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Unless there's any matters arising, we'll adjourn the hearing for today and resume at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you, everyone.